Thank you for joining us for this America Votes update here on News 5 in Ohio, and what is probably the most anticipated off-year election that we have seen probably since 2011 when we had that Senate Bill 5 vote over collective bargaining. The polls, as we mentioned, they're closed. Here in Ohio, we had about 850,000 people vote early, either in person at the Board of Election over the last 4 weeks or through absentee ballots by mail. Under Ohio law, once the polls close at 7:30, those votes can be released, and we are starting to see them shuffle in. And the big draws, of course, this year are issues 1 and 2, abortion and marijuana, but abortion especially getting national attention. All eyes on Ohio. So let's take a look at some of the early numbers coming into the newsroom right now. And it's 66 to 34% with about 240,000 votes out. So this is the first trickling of votes. And the thing you want to keep in perspective in these is with the early vote back in August, we saw a 70-30 split until around 8:30 with that early vote on that issue 1, whether to change the amend the Constitution to make it harder to amend the Constitution, which was really the precursor for this vote today. So you see those strong numbers early, then they tend to close in late. So we're going to be keeping our eye on that. Again, 66-34 split on the abortion question, and on issue 2, the question of legalization of residential recreational marijuana. It's 58 to 42%, so much closer there. But again, the early vote does tend to lean Democratic, as it did back in August, and then it shrinks throughout the evening as the votes come in. Because the votes are just beginning to come in, we don't have a lot of the local counties, and that's where we're going to see some of the other key races, bond levies, and things of the like. So we're going to keep you on top of that. Stay with the News 5 app and stay with us here, and we will update you as the votes come in, as your America Votes coverage continues here on News 5. Welcome back to our America Votes coverage here on News 5. It has been a heck of a day. This is one of those odd year elections that normally sees a turnout of like 25 to 30%. We saw over 40% in Cuyahoga County, saw over 50% in Summit, Stark, and Lake County as people have been coming out. Some of the communities in Cuyahoga County drew over 60%, and those votes are beginning to trickle in. We have 850,000 people that cast early votes in the state, either in person at the Board of Elections or by mail, as so many of you do. And we are seeing those numbers begin to come in, about 570,000 of them in right now. And one of the key draws this year, issue 1, the question of abortion rights in the state of Ohio. And we want to take a look at those numbers right now. Yes is leading by a 65 to 35% margin at this point. And again, we get back to the early vote numbers of August, and we saw a 70-30 split in that. And we expected to see pretty much along the same lines. And this is falling into play now. I saw in Cuyahoga County, with the particular race, we have 100,000 of those votes in. They're right now at about a 80 to 20 split. That was about 85-15 back in August, so we're going to be keeping our eye on that. The other one, of course, recreational marijuana. We have medical here, opening it out for people to have, and it's right now 57 to 43%. But again, as we look at those numbers, we expect them to see a margin like that and then begin to close as the day of vote begins to come in. That'll probably happen sometime around 8:30 or so. So many issues on the ballots this year, especially school levies. One of them in particular was issue 13 in Shaker Heights. This is a nearly 10 mil combined bond issue that would raise $187 million for a new middle school and some other programs. It would add $348 to your tax bill for every $100,000. Right now, that is leading. It doesn't show it just yet in this, but is leading in the early vote coming in for Cuyahoga County. We're going to be keeping you up to date on all these different ones. One of the ones we're also keeping an eye on is issue 5. This is the Tri-C vote to add an additional 2.1 mil renewal and a 0.4. Again, we're waiting for those numbers to come in. This is very early in the process. And this is what we see this time of year. Between now and 8:30, we'll have those early vote numbers coming in. Stay with News 5 with the app. We'll keep you updated on there. And as the other numbers begin to pour in from the day of Election Day, we will bring them to you here on News 5. Until then, I'm John Castle. Welcome back to our American Votes update here on News 5. I'm John Kosick on this election night where the eyes of the nation are on Ohio as they wait to see whether the voters of the state will vote to affirm a woman's reproductive rights. The implications of this vote tonight are being watched for into the 2024 election season and the role that it will play. Issue one being the main one. And issue one, of course, is the abortion question that, among other things, looks to amend the state constitution, granting individuals the final say over their own medical treatment, including but not limited to abortion. Right now, it's leading. The vote yes is 59 to 41%. A vote yes establishes that into law. A vote no would not allow the state to continue to create legislation related to abortion. And that's what we're watching right now. In the early vote at this stage of the August election, the difference was about close to 70-30. So it's a much tighter race this time around. Also, we are watching as well the question issue two, legalization of recreational marijuana. Last November, Maryland, Missouri voted to join 19 other states in D.C. in legalizing recreational marijuana. Right now, that is leading by a 56 to 44%. We saw a huge turnout today. Normally in an election like this, you see 25 to 30%. We saw well over 40%, and in many counties, well over 50%. As those votes continue to come in. All politics is local. There are a lot of local issues on the ballot as well. One of them being in Cleveland, the issue 38. Now, this is the controversial people's budget proposal requiring the city to set aside eventually 2% of the general fund, about $14 million, to pay for projects selected by residents. Now, this has been opposed by Mayor Bibb and City Council, and right now the vote no is leading 53 to 47%. A lot of school issues on the ballot, including in Avon Lake, a $7.6 million effort to raise $170 million. This would be to build 2 new elementary schools and a new middle school, replacing 6 of the 7 buildings. Right now, that is leading by a score of 52 to 48 score, I guess you could say, but that's the vote right now. North Ridgeville, they got a $6.26 million to build a new high school. Now, this failed by fewer than 40 votes in May. They rejected a $190 million bond issue of voters did. Right now, vote no is winning by 53 to 47%. Also, Shaker Heights, another really big one. This is a nearly $10 million combined bond issue that would raise $187 million to do a couple of things, relocate the middle school, as well as some other things. But it would add $348 to a home assessed at $100,000. But right now, as you can see, as the voters of Shaker Heights often do, that's leading 73 to 27%. We're going to be keeping you up to date on air and online with the latest updates, and not only these races, but the races that are important to you. You can find a complete list of them on our News 5 app, and we will be continuing to watch as the day of vote begins to pour in here on this key election here in 2023. For now, I'm John Kosick. Have a good night. And we welcome you back to our America Votes coverage here on News 5 with this heck of an update. AP reporting tonight that they are calling the race on issue 1 for the yes side. This will put into place, affirming, if you will, a woman's reproductive rights here in the state of Ohio, which you see the numbers right now, 58% to 42%. With about 20% of the vote in. This is around the time of the night, 9 o'clock, that AP called issue 1 and back in August, but the margin was much wider when it did. We expect to see this number continue to grow closer, but clearly AP comfortable with the fact that there's not enough no votes to overcome the early vote from yes that was coming in. ABC's exit polling earlier this evening found that 61% of people in the state found that abortion should be legal in all or most cases, while only 36% felt it should be illegal in all or most cases. But AP tonight calling this race for the yes side. And again, that puts into codifies, if you will, a woman's reproductive rights and prevents the state from creating laws like the 6-week abortion ban that we saw passed last year. Now, on the question of issue 2, that is a much closer race at this point, and that is too close to call, but we will stay on top of all these races. We expect to hear from both parties in this case and coming up in a short while. But again, this has national implications heading into 2024, and we will stay on top of it and have more for you as the night progresses. For now, I'm John Costner.
came together last year because we lost access. Because there was a dangerous abortion ban in Ohio, patients and families were being harmed and lives were put at risk. There was no choice. We had to win. We had to end the ban. Winning was our only option, and we did it together. When we began collecting signatures in March, we were energized and inspired by the hundreds of thousands of Ohioans who came out to defend abortion access. The outpouring of support and enthusiasm was overwhelming. But immediately, the deception and manipulation began. The obstacles we faced were unprecedented, but together we overcame them all. Every person in this room and thousands across the state did everything they could. So much seen and unseen effort to protect Ohioans' rights. So many supporters put their lives on hold to fight for the rights of their neighbors. This is our victory. This is your victory. I'm just so deeply grateful and overwhelmed to be standing with you. Ohio voters said loud and clear today, yes, we support reproductive freedom and abortion access. To our volunteers, our staff, our storytellers, our partners and donors, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Every email, every door knock, every phone bank, letter writing party, and donation mattered. Thank you for your time and your passion and for being part of this movement. Throughout this campaign, our diverse coalition was our strength. Ohioans across the state came together to work hard to protect abortion and abortion access in Ohio, and you should be proud of the work you did tonight. The future is bright, and tonight we can celebrate this win for bodily autonomy and reproductive rights. Today, Ohioans made it clear abortion is a winning issue, and when we work together, we can do anything.
Stop it. I can't, no. There's like cameras, guys. I can't. Thank you.
It's because of you. It's because of you. It's because of you. It's because of you.
I'm Dr. Marcella Azevedo. I'm the co-founder and the president of the Ohio Physicians for Reproductive Rights. I'm an ICU doctor. I'm a mother. I'm an immigrant. I'm an Ohioan, proud Ohioan, especially tonight. My heart is so full, as I look out and I see all of you folks who have worked day in and day out for the past year and a half. And you've worked nonstop for reproductive freedom here in Ohio. And we did it. We really did it. Juntos lo conseguimos. Tonight, we've spoken and we stand here united as Ohioans in a historic victory. Across the state, we're going to bed knowing that we own our own bodies. Thanks to the work that you have all done. When Roe versus Wade was overturned, Ohio, as you know, had a trigger ban that was a near total abortion ban. And that, to us, it was a medical crisis. I literally sat across from people from a woman with cancer whose care was delayed because we didn't know how this would harm a fetus. We didn't know what the law protected and what it didn't protect. How terrifying. Here she was now juggling for her own life. This will never happen again because of the work that you have done. The impact of passing issue 1 will be felt throughout the state and for generations and generations to come. Because Ohioans stood up, from now on, people of Ohio will get the care that they deserve from their doctors and their healthcare providers, respecting their wishes, their bodies, their lives, and their futures. Doctors will now be able to provide abortion care, contraception care, miscarriage managed, in vitro fertilization, all of that. Because now it's in our Constitution. We deserve the rights to command our own bodies. Together, we ran a nonpartisan campaign, and we were all united in a single belief that we deserved reproductive freedom. And that tireless work, sleepless nights, unyielding passion that every single person in this room and out there in the state brought day in and day out, as they knocked doors, as they made phone calls, or as they texted their friends, all of that today is a reality for us. You made this victory possible. So thank you. The heart and soul of this campaign to me is the true grassroots movement it was. This has happened because this is what Ohioans said they wanted it to happen. From the beginning, we had thousands of people knocking on doors and gathering signatures. We had thousands of people making this happen. It's nothing but what Ohioans wanted and what Ohioans demanded, and others had not yet provided it for them. It's a movement that reflects the unbeatable Ohioan spirit. Ohioans put this issue on the ballot, and Ohioans have passed the Reproductive Freedom Amendment. Issue 1 is not merely text in the Constitution, but it's a living testament to what we can achieve when we stand together. So thank you to all of you. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve next to you, to the people of Ohio. Thank you.
We did it! Good evening. My name is Rhiannon Carnes, and I'm the founder and executive director for Ohio Women's Alliance and Ohio Women's Alliance Action Fund. At the heart of our work, we are empowered by the unyielding spirit of Black liberation that has been passed down through generations. It has shaped our culture, brought our communities together, and driven historical changes across society. Tonight, we stand on the shoulders of Black women who have been fighting for centuries to liberate us from patriarchy and white supremacy that has been trying to control our bodies for generations. This victory would not have been possible without Black women. I ask you to join me in a round of applause to recognize every Black woman who has paved the way to reproductive justice and the hard work in this moment. As both the youngest founding organizations of Ohioans for reproductive freedom and one of the 2 only Black-led organizations behind this campaign, I am so proud to share that Ohio Women's Alliance has made over 1.5 million calls, knocked on 16,000 doors to bring us to this victory tonight. When I founded OWA in 2019, I did so with a vision for all Ohio. We're all Black, brown, queer, and gender expansive and people and have everything they need to thrive, starting with full access to essential reproductive health care. As a Black woman, a mother, a grandmother with nearly a 30-year reproductive life cycle, including adoption, miscarriage, abortion,
and giving birth. Abortion care was critical in all of my pregnancies, allowing me access to life-saving care and becoming a better parent to my children who are here with me today. The fight for reproductive freedom is not binary. It is not a choice between terminating a pregnancy and giving birth. Reproductive freedom means complete autonomy and self-determination when making decisions about our physical and mental health without the threats of state violence, systemic oppression, and societal menor that have daily lasting impacts on the most marginalized amongst us, especially Black women. Tonight, we took back our power to make the best decisions for ourselves and our families and our people. Tonight, we took tremendous steps towards our liberation as for Ohioans and the liberation of all Black and brown communities everywhere. Tonight, we leave this room stronger than ever, and we are stepping into Ohio that has been made stronger by this campaign to educate voters about the rights they deserve when it comes to their families' reproductive health care decisions. I'm incredibly proud to have been part of this campaign and to come together because of the collaboration of the hard work of everyone here. And to anyone who knocked the door, who made a call and donated, you made this victory possible. I want to thank my Deputy Director, Jordan Close, my Senior Campaign Manager, Ana Martinez, who are not only key leaders in this campaign, but who also showed their own personal stories as a part of this fight. I want to thank my manager of social impact, Lena Collins, for launching OWA's first door program. And the rest of my team at OWA who made this work possible. I also want to extend gratitude to our lead canvassers, Alexa Humphreys, Sabrina Jordan, Frank Gage, Aaron Shin, and our amazing team of over 60 canvassers and hundreds of volunteers who are still knocking doors at 7 o'clock tonight. Ohio Women's Alliance, we will never stop fighting for abortion access. Never stop fighting. We will never stop fighting for reproductive justice and Black liberation, and it is our honor to celebrate this historical win of Black joy, Black empowerment to each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
And there were those who said we couldn't do it. There were those who said, not in Ohio. And what do we say to that? We did it. We did it. Oh my goodness, this binder is having a rough moment. My child has gone rogue, so that's always fun. Y'all look beautiful. You look like you've been out knocking doors and making phone calls, and we are so honored to celebrate with all of you tonight. My name is Kimberly Inez McGuire. I use she, her, and aya pronouns, and I'm the executive director of URGE, Unite for Reproductive and Gender Equity. This is Xiomara, she's 2.
This is Xiomara, she's 2.
URGE builds young people power for reproductive justice in the South and the Midwest, and we are so proud of the young people who organized, collected signatures, talked to their campuses, friends, and comrades about Issue 1, and every young person who voted in this election. Ohio's future, one in which everyone is treated with respect and dignity, is being built right now with a generation of young Ohioans that is more diverse, more progressive, and more abortion positive than ever before. Young people are a force to be reckoned with, not just in Ohio, but nationwide. From Kansas to Kentucky to Montana and Michigan, young people have been on the front lines of ballot initiatives and policy campaigns to win back abortion access. This year has been a roller coaster. From our opposition's campaign of disinformation and abortion stigma to efforts by politicians to change the rules to take this fight away from us, we have responded to every effort to silence the power of the people by defeating them at every turn. And tonight we defeated them again. It took every one of us. It took every one of you. It took the folks who are celebrating across this state in Cincinnati, in Cleveland, in Akron. This was a statewide effort powered by the people of Ohio. And as we celebrate this win, we must look to the future and what comes next. We cannot and will not stop until all abortion seekers are free from restrictions, criminalization, and stigma, and each of us can make our own decisions about pregnancy and parenting. Finally, I offer you the words of Roberto Clemente, my brother Boricua, who once said, "Anytime you have an opportunity to make a difference in this world and you don't, you are wasting your time on this earth." And I look in this room and I know that we haven't wasted a moment. Thank you.
Yes, 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 yes. We did the thing, dear friends. We did this thing. What a critically important and impressive victory for all the people of Ohio. Finally enshrining into our state constitution the explicit right to abortion care, miscarriage care, contraception, fertility treatments, and the right to continue your pregnancy. Your body, your rights, without extremist politicians getting in the way any longer. I am Ben Guess, Executive Director of the ACLU of Ohio. And I am a very, very proud member of the Executive Committee of Ohioans United for Reproductive Rights. I love these people so much. That's all of you. And I want to thank every single one of you for anything and everything you did to make tonight's huge victory so possible. Decades ago, one of my mentors instilled in me the belief and the understanding that we have sometimes been led to believe that the only ones who give their life away are those who died for it, who took a bullet for it, who drew their last breath in the fight and became a fallen warrior in battle. And as a kid, I can tell you my parents took lots of family vacation photos of me and my sister in front of impressive memorials to people who had died for something, died for our country or another cause. And yes, that is one way to give your life. But there is another way to give your life away. It is to show up again and again. It's one community meeting at a time. It's one planning session, one organizing training, one public hearing, one table conversation with a friend, one letter to the editor, one speaking gig, one well-worn clipboard that stayed in your hands for months. One contribution, and then another, and another, day in and day out, week in and week out, until the months add up to years, and sometimes even decades for some of us. In this life, we don't have the luxury of just writing one check that says, "My life," and handing it over, "Here it is." No, we consistently give away our life writing a series of little checks, $34.82, $74.50, Saturday canvassing, a Tuesday night tabling, 50 more personalized postcards, schlepping yard signs out to some guy's house 45 miles away because no one else would be willing to do it or live closer. And when we give our lives away to something that is life-giving and life-saving, as we have experienced tonight, and when we consider that we not only drink the entire cup all at once, but we take a gulp here and a sip today, we take a gulp and a sip tomorrow. It's that dogged determination and willingness to sip along each side of each other. Cheers. And to stay in this fight for today and for the rest of our days. When I look at you loving, caring, courageous, committed, honorable people, and when I consider the countless others like you, I believe there should be a bronze roadside marker at all the places you stood during this campaign, where one day in the future, parents could say to their loved ones, little one, go stand over there in that place, in that pretty sign, that place where Kathy and Kelly and Nancy and Kimberly, for all of you, for you and you and you gave your life away for years and decades in advance of tonight, and especially for the last year and a half for this major one victory that will change Ohio and this nation for the better and for the sake of freedom, liberty, love, and compassion forever.
It's just joy, nothing but joy.
And so in closing, thank you, dear ones. It is now on to the next big thing. More meetings, more petitions, more fundraising, more giving your life away. To finally rid this state of its corrupt, unresponsive, unrepresented, grotesquely gerrymandered politicians.
The points from this round have the power to help our low-scoring stars and keep them safe.
Let's empower everyday citizens to draw our voting maps and get extremist, power-hoarding politicians out of Ohio's redistricting process once and for all, just as we got them out of our medical offices here today.
Feeling like you've come alive. What's happening?
God, it's just so easy to be a team captain with these beautiful people. It's been such a
We did this thing, and we can always do this thing when we come together, Ohio, and we believe the thing, and we work the thing, and we do all the hard and necessary and loving things that it takes to win the damn thing. Thank you, thank you. Remember this night. Remember this feeling forever.
stand from the other pros and celebs alike. I'm just coughing your arm. I feel like we need all the help we can get because these extra points are crucial. Seriously.
We have someone very special to come in and say hello.
So thank you all for your
I'm so
patience here
nervous.
tonight. I'm going to read a brief statement. We're not going to take questions from up here if you want to have
I am a huge fan of
conversations or
AJ.
questions afterwards.
He is the best.
You guys are doing our song. Can I see it?
Having AJ in our
rehearsal
was everything.
Our hearts are broken tonight.
They're crucial if we're going to stay here.
Not
Cute
because
when
we
young
lost the
people
election,
think that they won't get old.
but because Ohio families, women, and children were there to vote.
Performing a team
When Michigan
dance.
voters passed a
It's
similar
team
amendment
for
last
everybody.
year, they were sold the lie that parents illegal, that women's health and safety standards would not be touched. But just last week, the Michigan legislature voted to repeal penalties for partial birth abortions. They called parental consent laws unconstitutional. They even vowed to come for informed consent laws in 20.
I've actually, listen, there was moments.
lie. I'm done with that. Wanna give you all I
Cleveland. News 5 at 11 starts now.
Now at
At
11,
News 5,
Ohioans
literacy
say
is
yes
such an important
to issue
cause to
1
our
to protect
hearts.
access
So it's
to
so
abortion
important to
and
follow
other
up with our
forms of
schools and
reproductive
see
health care.
how they are approaching that.
And
Did you guys love
to
it?
issue 2, legalizing recreational
And
marijuana.
as a parent
We knew this was
myself,
an issue that was
you're so
important to Ohio
proud when you
voters.
see our youngest
Voters
community
validated that by
members
passing
working
issue 2
towards brighter
decisively
futures and the
tonight
people
in a
who are holding
landslide.
their hands
During an
along the
off-year
way. It just
election that's
warms your
attracting
heart so
attention
much.
from all over the country.
Hi, everybody.
News
Let's take a
5
look at
has
today's
crews
top
from
stories.
Cleveland
Two
to
teenagers
Columbus,
suspected
plus
in the
from
shooting death of
teammates
a
to
13-year-old
friends in
Euclid
all
boy have been
different
found guilty.
kinds of sports.
Wayne
Here's our,
Jackson and Leroy
here's our
Phillips were
rings.
convicted of
We got
murder,
those.
assault,
These 2
other
Northeast
charges
Ohio
too,
high
and the death
schoolers
of Marco
joined
Toller in
thousands across the
2021.
country in
The
living
13-year-old
out
was
their
outside a
dream.
home on Zeman Avenue when police say shots were fired from an
It is
SUV.
election day in Ohio.
Jackson
We have
and
team
Phillips are
coverage all
scheduled to be
across the
sentenced
Buckeye
November
State on all
30th.
the issues, all the
U.S. Marshals
proposals that were on the
looking for a third
ballot.
suspect,
News
too,
5's Morgan
18-year-old
Trout and
Javon
Tessa
Stewart.
DeTiro in Columbus
Since
covering
July.
issue 1.
The
Jonathan Walsh
manager
also
of
there
an
tackling
auto-wrecking
issue
business
2
in
and
Akron
John
got
Cossack
creative
in
when he
studio
spotted
with
somebody
me.
in a car
You can
on
also
the lot.
find the latest
According to
results on the bottom
police
of your
report,
screen
workers used a
all night long.
well, they used a
And we thank
forklift
you
here
for joining
to
us
raise the
tonight.
car
I
off the
am
ground
Rob
and kept that
Powers,
guy
the
up
eyes
there
of the nation. We're
until
on
police
Ohio
arrived.
for this off-year election for 2 main
News
issues.
5 at 11
One,
is
to
sponsored
make
by Metro
abortion and other
Toyota. At Metro
reproductive rights
Toyota, our
part of the
commitment to
state's
service is why our
constitution,
customers
and the
send
other,
us their
to
friends.
legalize recreational marijuana. We start with issue 1.
Most
The
awarded
Associated
in
Press has
Cleveland.
now called
News
the
5 at
race.
11
Issue 1
starts now.
passes. And
Now at
issue
11,
2 has
Ohioans
also
say
been
yes
called in
to
favor
issue 1
of
to protect
recreational
access
marijuana.
to abortion
Final
and
vote
other
is still
forms
being
of
tallied
reproductive
and coming
health
in
care.
on many of these ballot
And
proposals,
to
but we
issue
can
2,
start with issue 1 here.
legalizing
News 5's Morgan
recreational
Trout in
marijuana.
Columbus with
We knew this
supporters.
was an issue
Morgan,
that was
what can you
important
tell us
to
right now?
Ohio
What's the
voters.
vibe?
I think voters validated that by passing issue 2
Rob, I have been
decisively tonight in a
covering
landslide.
campaign
During
watch
an
parties
off-year
for
election
years now,
that's
and I've
attracting
never
attention from
seen
all over the
anything
country.
like
News
this
5
one.
has crews
I mean, the
from
vibe
Cleveland
is
to Columbus,
palpable
plus from
here.
teammates to
I mean, if you look
friends
around,
in
there's
all
still people
different
who are
kinds of
cheering, they're
sports.
celebrating. But more
our
than that,
rings.
there have been
We got
a
those.
ton of
These 2
tears,
Northeast Ohio
tears
high
of joy.
schoolers joined thousands across the country.
Abortion
Living out their
is
dream.
healthcare.
It is election day in Ohio. We have team coverage all across the Buckeye State on all the issues, all the proposals that were on the ballot. News 5's Morgan Trout and Tessa DeTiro in Columbus covering issue 1. Jonathan Walsh also there tackling
And
issue
today,
2, and John Cossack in studio with me. You can also
has
find the
felt
latest
like a
results on
dream
the
to
bottom of your
supporters
screen
like
all
Elizabeth
night long.
Chastain
And
Day.
we thank you for joining us tonight. I am Rob Powers, the eyes of the nation. We're on Ohio for this off-year election
of
for
everyone
2
here
main
behind
issues.
me who has
1,
worked so
to make
hard. I'm so
abortion and
proud
other
of our thousands
reproductive
of
rights
volunteers that
part
we
of the state's
mobilized
constitution.
across the
And
state.
the other,
We have
to
people who are
legalize
here from across the
recreational marijuana.
country in support.
We start with issue 1, where the Associated
I
Press
knew
has
it,
now called the
because
race.
this is our
Issue 1
Ohio. It's not the
passes.
politicians'
And issue
Ohio,
2
it's
has
the
also
people's
been called in
Ohio.
favor
Since the
of
Supreme Court
recreational marijuana.
overturned Roe v.
Final
Wade
votes
in
still being tallied
2022,
and coming
she
in
and
on
the advocates
many of these
flooding the
ballot
ballroom
proposals,
have
but we
worked
won here.
safe and
News 5's
legal.
Morgan Trout
She
in
also
Columbus with
worked to
supporters.
fight for the
Morgan,
amendment
what
that
can you tell us
protects
right now? What's the
abortion,
vibe?
contraception, fertility treatment, and miscarriage
Rob,
care.
I have
House
been
Minority Leader
covering
Allison
campaign
Russo
watch
says
parties
this
for years
shows
now,
that
and
the
I've
Republicans
never
in the
seen
state,
anything
ones who
like
were about
this
to put a
one.
6-week
I mean, the
abortion
vibe
ban
is
back into effect
palpable
are out
here.
of
I mean, if you
touch.
look around, there's still people who are cheering, they're celebrating, but more than that, there have been a ton of tears, tears of joy.
Want to make sure that abortion remains.
Abortion is healthcare.
Issue 1
And they say that their
Ohio
fight
Tuesday night,
isn't over.
abortion
They plan to help
access
every
is
other
enshrined
state
in the state
protect
constitution,
reproductive
meaning
health care.
reproductive health
Reporting
care
live in
is a
Columbus,
right
I'm
in the
Morgan
state.
Trout.
Okay, Morgan, we thank you for that. We know you've been on this for months now. News 5's Tessa DeTiro, also in Columbus tonight
Has
with
felt
those who
like a dream
opposed
to
issue 1.
supporters like Elizabeth Chastain Day.
I am on cloud 9. I am so proud of Ohio. I am so proud of everyone here behind me who has worked so hard. I'm so proud of our thousands of volunteers that we mobilized across the state. We have people who are here from across the country in support. I knew it
ready
because this is our
during
Ohio.
this unthinkable
It's not
time
the politicians'
to advocate
Ohio.
for women
It's the
and the
people's
unborn,
Ohio.
just
Since the
as
Supreme
we have
Court
always
overturned Roe
done.
v. ways.
As
in
numbers started
2022,
coming in, the
she and
relatively
advocates
quiet
running the
watch
ballroom
party
have worked
prayed
to keep
election
abortion
results
safe
would
and
turn
legal.
in their
She
favor.
also worked
We
to fight for
persevered
the
for 50
amendment that
years
protects
to
abortion,
overturn Roe v.
contraception,
Wade.
fertility treatment,
Ours
and
is a
miscarriage
movement that
care.
has
House
always
Minority
endured.
Leader Allison
Protect
Russo
Women Ohio
this
says it's
shows that the
concerned what a
Republicans
vote
in the
yes
state,
to issue
ones
one
who are
will
about to
mean
put
for
a 6-week
Ohioans
abortion
in the
ban back
future.
into effect,
This is
are
not
out
the Ohio
of
way.
touch.
And this time,
And
they
we are
really did
united in our
everything that
fight
they could, but
against these
Ohioans
extreme
stood up
policies.
and
The Ohio
said
Attorney
very
General Dave
clearly
Yost
that
and
they
Ohio
want to
State
make sure that
Auditor
abortion
here this
remains
evening to show
legal
support.
and available
Moving
in this
forward,
state.
Protect Women Ohio says it still believes that Ohio has
And
a
they say that
pro-life
their
government,
fight
although
isn't over. They
enshrining
plan to
issue
help
one in
every
state
other
constitution
state
does
protect
pose some challenges.
reproductive health
In
care.
Columbus,
Reporting
Tessa
live in
Tiro,
Columbus,
News
I'm
5.
Morgan Trout.
Okay,
there
Morgan,
is
we thank
more
you for
here.
that. We know
President
you've
Joe
been on
Biden
this for
releasing a
months now.
statement on the passing
News
of
5's
issue
Tessa
one, saying in
Tiro
part
also
quote, tonight
Columbus
Americans
tonight
want
with
those
those
who
who
voted to
oppose
protect their
issue
fundamental
one. Freedoms and democracy won. In Ohio,
Protect
voters
Women
protected
Ohio, who
access to
hosted this
reproductive
launch
health
party tonight,
in their
says
state
it's
constitution.
heartbroken at the
The
election
president went on to
result.
say, my
But
administration
tomorrow
will
it
continue
vows
to
to
protect
continue
access
its
to
fight.
reproductive health care and call on Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade in federal law once and for all. This was such a big election for Ohio. There were a lot of eyes on the state from all over the country on what's happening at the polls right here. News 5's John Kosick with me in the studio. John,
As
what kind of
numbers
indication,
started
if any, does
coming
this
in,
give
the
us as we head
relatively
into the
quiet launch
2024
party
election year?
prayed
Rob, look,
election
it sends
results
a shot
would
across the
turn
bow
in
that
their
abortion is
favor.
still an issue that resonates with voters in this country. And this victory in Ohio, it sends a message to Democrats, especially that this is an issue that you can.
Ohio voted
give
on medical patients
Voters said no,
access to
we
the
don't want
marijuana
it.
products
But
that
since that
oftentimes
time,
they can't
so
get
many
even
states
in a
have said
successful
yes.
medical marijuana
And in
program.
fact, Ohio is now the 24th state
So what
in
are the next steps
union
here?
to
No,
make
you
recreational
cannot
use
just
legal.
go out tomorrow and start
so
smoking
here's
your
how
marijuana.
all of this
There is
sort
a
of
30-day
panned out
grace
for
period
us
that came
until
together.
the law
The
goes into
coalition to
effect
regulate
starting
marijuana
December
like
7th.
alcohol made its
But
case
keep
to
in
the
mind,
people in Ohio.
unlike
Tax
issue
revenue,
one that is
job
a
growth,
constitutional
real estate
amendment, this is a
investment on
statute. A
programs give medical patients the access to the marijuana products that oftentimes they can't get even in a successful medical marijuana program.
So what are the next steps here? No, you cannot just go out tomorrow and start smoking your marijuana. There is a 30-day grace period. So the law goes into effect starting December 7th. But keep in mind, unlike issue 1, that is a constitutional amendment, this is a statute. That means state regulators or state legislators can get their hands on this. They can make suggestions. They can propose legislation to change things, even possibly repeal this law. And I talked to 2 state senators who say, yeah, we should expect some challenges to this new law. So it should be interesting how this all plays out. We'll be here for you. Reporting live here in downtown Columbus, I'm News 5 investigator Jonathan Walsh.
Yeah, important distinctions. Jonathan, thank you for your months of reporting on this issue. While we've been keeping a close eye on the 2 statewide issues, there are local ones we're watching as well, like issue 36 in Cleveland. If passed, this would set up a people's budget or a participatory budget in the city that allows residents to decide how 2%, or in this case, about $14 million of Cleveland's budget will be spent. Right now, 52% voting to oppose it, 48% in favor. And people in Lorain County voting on issue 20 tonight. If passed, it would expand the number of county commissioners from 3 to 7. Those commissioners would then appoint a county executive. Results showing right now that issue 20 did not pass. Another big issue on the ballot in Cuyahoga County this year, issue 5. It asked voters for more funding for Cuyahoga Community College. Property taxes would increase by about $14 a year for every $100,000 of assessed value on a home. And just in the last hour, we have learned that this has passed. So we bring back John Kosick to explain what all that means. John.
Yeah, Rob, as Election Day asks go, this one was a relatively small one, with the majority of it being a renewal. Now, supporters argued Tri-C is one of the region's greatest economic development engines, with 85% of its graduates living and working in Northeast Ohio. An investment in the college, founded 60 years ago, is an investment in our future.
If we're going to continue to become, I believe, this state's career capital, we've got to make sure that we are educating our citizens and keeping the education affordable so that they can take advantage of it. This levy helps us do that.
And the college estimates that every dollar spent on education returns close to $12 in economic development.
Okay, but we're not done there. There were a lot of other local issues on the ballot here that voters had to decide in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah, what's the old Tip O'Neill line? All politics is local. We had a number of major school levy asks on the ballot, including Shaker Heights' combined ask of nearly 10 mills for a number of projects, principal among them relocating the middle school. That measure would add $348 for every $100,000 of assessed value that is leading tonight. Now, residents of Parma Heights, and Seven Hills being asked to approve a levy renewal that combines 2 expiring emergency levels that would begin in 2025, and that again leading at this hour. And issue 16, this one's in North Ridgeville to build a new high school. Remember in May, by fewer than 40 votes, voters rejected a $190 million bond issue for school construction. Tonight's margin favored by approval by 220 votes. And again, this is just a quick snapshot. You can stay on top of all of the races on our News 5 website and app. Rob?
John, thanks for all your work tonight. Don't go anywhere. It's a long night for you and an early morning for you as well. We'll explain that in just a bit. There's still a lot more to come tonight on News 5 in just 4 minutes.
It's just like a drug. Matter of fact, it is a drug. It's very addictive.
News 5 is back on the topic of problem gambling, the number of Ohioans at risk and in recovery, and new efforts to try to help. And then in 6 minutes,
we're all best friends, just going out and playing baseball.
Friends on and off the baseball field fulfill a lifelong dream, along with thousands of other high school athletes around the country. Next.
A big spike in our temps for Wednesday and Thursday. Problem is, it occurs at the wrong time. I'll explain coming up in 7 minutes.
Do you want access to local news on demand on your time? Stay informed anytime with the News 5 streaming app. Live news, powerful stories, detailed forecasts, and in-depth reporting from your neighborhood, streaming 24/7 and completely free. Get instant access to the local news that matters most to you, all on your schedule. So why wait? Just search News 5 Cleveland on your favorite streaming device and start watching today.
Is it time yet?
It's time.
Oh, it's ribbit.
Donating pet food is one of the many ways you can help families in your community. Pets and people belong together. Learn more at petsandpeopletogether.org.
My name's Mark. I'm an alcoholic.
Dorothy T., and I am an alcoholic. I'm an alcoholic. My name is Victoria. My journey in AA started years ago when I reached the outside limits of my desperation.
And then these people, just gathered around me. That was the fellowship in action.
If I carry any sort of message with my story, it's that, keep coming back and that this thing does work.
If you have a problem with alcohol, contact AA. It works.
Okay, which one is better? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Nearly 1 billion people live with completely avoidable vision loss. Don't be one of them. Get your eyes checked.
All right, I'm in the house.
Okay, what do you see?
Nothing yet. Hold on. I think I just heard something. I'm heading upstairs.
Okay, I am almost there.
I'm in the bedroom.
Okay.
Oh, shit. It's not here.
What?
The gun's not here.
What do you mean? Where is it?
Cameron, are you in there? Open the door. Cam! Come on, Cameron.
You.
It's been nearly 2 weeks now since the UAW and Ford reached an agreement on a new contract to end the strike. Workers who were laid off in Ford plants during the strike are now heading back to work. The company says 98% of employees have been called back to the job. The majority of that 2% not called back to work are from the Brook Park plant. Right now, 372 employees and local 1250 workers remain laid off, but local union reps do tell News 5 they will be back on the job Monday. The reward in the case of a Cleveland teenager missing since June has increased again. New contributions from U.S. Marshals and other groups have raised the reward to $22,500 for information on Keyshawn Williams. The 15-year-old was last seen June 20th near the intersection of Fleet and Gertrude Avenues. You can call the Northern Ohio Violent Fugitive Task Force at 1-866-4-WANTED. If you know anything about this case, we've also learned there's a news conference scheduled for Friday morning. Tonight, we follow through on the growing gambling addiction problem in Ohio. Data from Cleveland's Recovery Resources and Ohio's Problem Gambling Network show 19% of Ohioans are at risk, with more than 254,000 trying to make a recovery. News 5 investigator Joe Paganakis tells us the Problem Gambling Network is now fighting back.
Because I love my Cleveland Browns, man. It mean a lot to me.
Scotty Barclay of Maple Heights and his fellow Browns fan Johnny Tatanetti watch every Browns game in Scotty's custom basement Browns man cave.
When it comes to teams that's under 500, they play down to their level.
Scotty says occasionally he'll place a bet on an NFL game, but he keeps his gambling involvement to a minimum.
It's just like a drug. Matter of fact, it is a drug. It's very addictive.
Scotty says he's well aware of Ohio's gambling issues after a close family member sadly slipped into addiction.
I had a big gambling problem, and I watched everything slip away from them. Losing a house, car, job, their family.
Problem Gambling Network of Ohio Associate Director Michael Bazzelli says his agency is responding, expanding the relatively new Ohio Gambling Telehealth Network. Those who want to speak with a gambling addiction treatment expert online can quickly do so by dialing the Ohio Problem Gambling Hotline.
You can now do this in the comfort of your own home. And so, Joe, we're really trying to mirror the accessibility of gambling. If gambling's incredibly accessible, treatment for gambling problems needs to be just as accessible.
Nabil Prevez, manager of prevention services with Cleveland's Recovery Resources, says family members should look for the gambling problem warning signs, especially with the NFL, NBA, and college football in full swing. Signs in loved ones like hiding how much they're spending, hiding losses, hiding debts, asking to borrow money.
The number one way to tell if this is starting to become a problem is it's just not fun anymore.
That's why Browns fans like Scotty Barclay are sending out a simple message.
Reach out to a family member, tell them what you experienced and that you need help.
And so if you need someone to talk to, here is the number to call. Again, it's the Ohio Problem Gambling Hotline at 1-800-589-9966. Reporting here in Cleveland, I'm News 5 investigator Joe Paganakis.
Okay, good stuff, but there are other resources available as well. The Change the Game Ohio, it works to prevent youth gambling before it becomes a problem, and Pause Before You Play is a responsible sports betting resource as well. Tomorrow, dozens of high school athletes take that next step. That includes 2 seniors from Chagrin Falls. L.A. Mighton and Jimmy Surha have been playing baseball together for years now. They're both seniors at Kenston High. Tomorrow, Mighton signs a letter of intent to play baseball at the University of Akron. Surha signs with Ohio University. Both guys say they're excited to continue playing the sport that brought them together.
We'll be playing against each other, so we'll be in the same conference. We'll still have that good friendship, and it's going to be, fun competing against each other instead of with each other.
Even though we'll be separated, I'm obviously so proud of this guy. To see any of our friends do something that they really are passionate about, even some of the kids that are committing tomorrow that aren't on the baseball team that we're friends with. We're proud of those people too.
So are we. Both athletes sign tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Congratulations to everybody signing their letters of intent tomorrow.
Nice.
We talk weather now. Here's Mark.
All right, Rob, it's a cloudy overnight tonight. We're at 47 degrees, a little chill in the air, 68% humidity, low dew points, and quieter winds. Our highs today, a lot of us in the 60s. At midnight, we fell a little bit. Dover, New Philly was in the middle 60s during the afternoon. They were on the warm side of things. Right now, everybody's chilly, 40s across the board, clouds for the most part everywhere you go. And again, winds coming in out of the north and east, generally 10 miles per hour or less. So we're not worried about wind. Ground clutter here, dry weather on the Power of 5. Now, tomorrow afternoon, you may see a little isolated shoreline sprinkle, but we're not expecting a whole lot. This warm front is going to come back our way. Problem is, it will reach us by about 10, 11 o'clock at night. So when we're in bed, it's going to warm up into the 60s. Let me show you what I mean. So we'll start our day tomorrow morning, upper 30s, lower 40s. By 2 p.m., we're in the 50s, some near 60. Now watch what goes on here. Here's 2 p.m. Watch those temps go up. Look, 1 a.m., 65, 63, 62. But here's a cold front. Wham, boom, take all that heat away. By the time you get up Thursday morning, it's back in the 40s. It's a chilly, chilly day. We'll hover in the 40s to near 50 degrees. So tonight, 39, a mostly cloudy sky. It's going to be chilly. Kids getting on the bus, they'll need a coat. Coming home, probably a sweater or a hoodie because we'll be in the 50s. Lower and middle 50s Wednesday by 5 p.m. But after that, temps continue to rise. And by midnight, we're closer to 62 to 65 degrees. Maybe a few isolated sprinkles along the shoreline. Akron tonight, 36. Tomorrow, 56. A cloud sun mix, staying dry. Thursday, maybe a brief shower in the morning. Temps hovering in the 40s. The chill is back. 53 Friday. Veterans Day, a chilly day. 49, but at least we're dry. Sunday, 48 degrees. We'll be back.
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops.
When they learn something new and you can just see in their faces, it's such an incredible moment. It's those moments that are my favorite.
Touchdown! Oh, did you see that? Whoa, we scored? Yeah, we scored. We're going to the playoffs. I can't believe I missed that. Every time I'm buzzed, I spend too much time on my phone. What? I should take your phone away. No. I'll call for a ride. Hey, why does my face look like that? I'm playing with these new face filters. Okay, you know what? Yep, that's mine. But I need that back. No. Kevin!
Get along down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
When it comes to vaping, the truth can get clouded. So let's make it clear. Vaping is not safe for youth.
Because vaping can put microscopic particles into your lungs and dangerous things like metals into your body.
And nicotine, which can harm a person's brain development through their mid-20s.
With appealing flavors, high nicotine levels, and lots of promotion on social media.
Many kids think vaping is harmless, but it's not.
So talk to your kids about the risks of vaping.
Because when you talk, they hear you.
In an emergency, doctors may face impossible choices. Who gets a life-saving blood transfusion and who must wait? Because of you, life doesn't stop. Donate blood. Make your appointment today at Vitalant.org.
All right, with 3 weeks to go in college football's regular season, the Buckeyes remain the top team in America. OSU holding on to that top billing in tonight's newest college football playoff rankings. This is the Buckeyes get ready to host hapless Michigan State Saturday. As far as the rankings go, Ryan Day saying today he didn't care about being number one in November.
I think you have so many guys on our team that have just kind of been through all of this before, and they know it means absolutely nothing, and their goal is to win the whole thing and to be the number one team at the end of the year. So, we want to win them all, and that's all that matters.
All right, Myles Garrett spent his off day making an appearance on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams today. Garrett saying he still believes the Browns can win a Super Bowl this year and that he plans to retire a Brown.
I would like to say that. I hope they see it the same way, but the way I see it, I see my career being a Cleveland Brown for however long I decide to play.
All right, now on to Miles' other team. The NBA as a whole got the night off tonight for the second year in a row. Election Day, a league holiday to encourage players and fans to get out and vote. The extra day off, nice for a Cavs team that's obviously been banged up to start the year, especially big man Jarrett Allen, who said today he's felt much more like himself in Cleveland's win over the Warriors Sunday.
The first game, I was exhausted. I'm not gonna lie, that was rough. But the second game, I got my wind back. I started just getting into the flow of the NBA pace and the NBA game and just got back to my groove.
And a Goal of the Year nominee at the perfect time. Strongsville and Walsh tied at 1 in the D1 Girls State semifinals. Walsh Jr. Hannah Patchen, the eye patch. World-class strike to send Walsh onto the D1 state final. Thanks to Ohio Sportsnet for that video. We'll be back.
At Gnomes Healthcare, our mission is to provide excellent, personalized, team-based care. Gnomes is deeply committed to the independent practice of medicine and is truly physician-led and physician-owned. We deliver top-quality healthcare for the lowest possible patient costs. At Gnomes Healthcare, our patients are at the heart of every decision we make, setting the standard for excellence in Northern Ohio. Gnomes works with most insurance companies. Call us today or go to gnomeshealthcare.com to see how Gnomes can work for you.
When it comes to vaping, the truth can get clouded. So let's make it clear. Vaping is not safe for youth.
Because vaping can put microscopic particles into your lungs
and dangerous things like metals into your body.
And nicotine, which can harm a person's brain development through their mid-20s.
With appealing flavors, high nicotine levels, and lots of promotion on social media.
Many kids think vaping is harmless, but it's not.
So talk to your kids about the risks of vaping.
Because when you talk, they hear you.
We're going to take a picture. Man, you doing it? The vibe in this place. Like, if you're having a bad day, look at your smile, man. You come to La Brea College be just like this. You're going to feel that positive energy.
It's looking nice, though.
It's almost like a spirit of hope. And that's how I feel in here. They just have this energy. Yes. Join us in creating enthusiasm. Juice. I'm sipping the juice. I took it to the head, and I feel great.
Feel the beat of nature at a park or forest near you. Find a forest and music inspired by nature at discovertheforest.org.
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops.
Thank you so much. Fostering a pet for a friend or neighbor can keep families together. Learn more at petsandpeopletogether.org.
All right, all day we've been keeping you updated on the latest on everything happening across Ohio on Election Day. That does not end right now. You can find all the latest on our News 5 website, our News 5 app as well. And News 5's John Kosick will be pulling his annual all-nighter. Is going to be here all night, all the way through Good Morning Cleveland. I poured your coffee for you already. You're going to need a few more of these. So a lot of headlines. What do we need to know?
Yeah, and that's why the eyes of the nation were on us tonight. You have a state that Donald Trump won twice by 8 points, lose an abortion question by 11 points. When that happens, that sends a message.
It is a long night for you, huh?
Yeah, no, and here's the thing. If I couldn't go to sleep right now. I'm wired. I don't need that. I'll be floating. But yeah, this is my time of the year.
I got you. Good job tonight. Thank you very much. And thank you it was a big night in Ohio. Thanks for spending it with us. We're back tomorrow.